Good morning, everyone. Today is Wednesday, April 5th, and this is the time and place for the regularly scheduled Nevada Gaming Control Board meeting for the month of April 2023. May I ask that you all please rise and join the board in the Pledge of Allegiance.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. Madam Secretary, has our agenda been posted in accordance with the open meeting law?
Yes, it has.
All right. Today we'll be covering all the items noted on our April agenda. Madam Secretary, let's proceed with public comment.
This item is placed on the agenda to give the public an opportunity to comment on gaming-related matters. Anyone wishing to address the board may do so at this time. Comments by each person are limited to 3 minutes as a reasonable time, place, and manner restriction. If board members ask questions of the speaker, the time needed to address those questions will not count against the speaker's 3-minute time period. If speakers have any handouts or written copies of verbal comments to provide for the record, please hand them to the enforcement agent seated to your left in Las Vegas or seated behind you in Carson City.
Thank you, Madam Secretary. Pursuant to Nevada State Open Meeting Law, matters brought before the board's attention during public comment cannot be acted upon by the board today. We are happy to hear comments from the public as well as my fellow board members during this public comment section of our agenda. Let's go first here to anybody in Carson City who wishes to speak. Please step forward to the podium, state your name, spell it for the record for the transcriber. Anyone wishing to speak in public comment? No, let's go down to Las Vegas. Is there anyone in Las Vegas wishing to speak during public comment this morning? Seeing none, we will go ahead and close the public comment section of the agenda. Madam Secretary, the next item on our agenda is the approval of the prior month's board dispositions and approval of the minutes from the board's technology workshop that was held on March 21st.
Pursuant to NRS 241.035, this item is the consideration of the approval of the Nevada Gaming Control Board disposition from March 2023 and the meeting minutes for the workshop held on March 21st, 2023.
I've had the opportunity to review both the dispositions and the workshop minutes. I didn't have any corrections. However, I did want to thank Senior Research Specialist Jose Torres and Madam Secretary for putting together the minutes of the technology workshop. That's not an easy task to do, taking minutes of a meeting that lasts 3 hours long. So I appreciate your work on that. I also wanted to point out that while there is not a transcript from the workshop, it was recorded and the entire meeting is available on YouTube for anyone who wants to revisit that meeting. Unless there are any comments or corrections from the board, would either of you care to make a motion on both the dispositions and the workshop minutes?
I will make that motion. I move for approval of the control board meeting disposition and workshop meeting minutes from March 2023.
Madam Secretary?
Member Assad? Member Watkins?
Aye.
Chairman Hendrick?
Aye. Motion passes. Moving on now to our non-restricted agenda, Madam Secretary, that should bring us to non-restricted item number 1.
Non-restricted number 1 is the application of International Game Technology, PLC, for an amendment to their order of registration.
Good morning, gentlemen.
Good morning. Mr. Chairman, Member Watkins, Member Saad, congratulations on your appointment. Congratulations on your appointment, Mr. Chairman. My name is A.G. Burnett with the law firm of McDonald Carano, here today representing IGT. With me is Mr. Claudio DeMoli. He's the Senior VP and Treasurer for IGT PLC. And also with us observing is Mr. Luke Orchard, Senior VP and Chief Compliance and Risk Officer for the company. Mr. Chairman and members of the board, we're here to request some amendments to IGT's 12th revised order of registration. Specifically, we've got 3 requests. First, IGT has a pledge agreement that's dated April 7th, 2015. The current common security agent for that pledge agreement is NatWest Markets PLC. NatWest is resigning from that position and is being replaced by Mediobanca as successor common security agent. So we're requesting the order reflect that change. We're also requesting the amount of the current IGT indebtedness be updated to current amounts. And this relates to a number of loan and credit facilities and senior secured notes that you have reflected in the order and in your report. Lastly, Mr. Chairman and members of the board, we're updating the names of some current licensees in the order. There are 2 licensees in the order right now that can be removed. Those are IGT UK Interactive Holdings Limited and IGT UK Interactive Limited. The reason for their removal is because they no longer are licensed. Their licenses were surrendered in 2019, and IGT itself obtained duplicate licenses to cover what those entities are doing. With that, Mr. Chairman and members of the board, we're on draft number 2 after some minor corrections up to yesterday afternoon with Mr. Teggio, who we'd like to thank, as well as Ms. Tina Logan. They were great to work with for us. So I think we got all the amendments covered in the order. Lastly, of course, Mr. Demoli and Mr. Orchard and I are here to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you.
Other questions from board members?
Okay, yeah, thank you, Chairman. I don't have any questions or concerns. I'm very impressed with the presentation, the written material, and
Thank you.
I'm just hoping to follow in your footsteps.
Thank you.
Member Watkins?
Appreciate that.
Can you provide a brief explanation as to why NatWest resigned?
Sure.
Sure. For the record, Calder Molly, SVP and Treasurer of IGT, Chair Hendrick, Member Watkins, and Member Assad. The reason why NatWest resigned is because what we tend to do at IGT is have the common security agent being the same as the facility agent. Facility agent is in syndicated financings, the entity that provides for collecting the money from the various lenders. We have 20 lenders in our facility, and distributing payments and so on. So it's by all effects a cash management bank. And NatWest Markets has withdrawn to the UK recent years. Their business is no longer focused on either the US or Europe, where we have most of our companies and lender and borrowers in the facility. And so they asked us to step down. And we found another very strong banking partner of ours, Mediobanca, which is an international bank based in Milan, who could well administer those duties, both as a facility agent, as a common security agent.
Okay, I appreciate that explanation.
You're welcome.
Okay, I don't have any further questions.
Not without getting into anything confidential, but how's the state of IGT PLC right now financially?
So the state of IGT is, I would say, excellent. If you don't mind me using some notes and maybe go through some highlights.
Please.
Sure. So IGT posted a very strong 2022, especially a fourth quarter 2022. Our revenue was up 4%, 8% at constant currency, driven by solid growth in lottery, gaming, and Play Digital. Our operating income rose 24%, so 30% at constant currency versus the same period of 2021. Our margins have topped, so they are the highest in the company's history, over 20%. What is also very significant is the progress that we made in gaming. Q4 revenue rose 21%, with global install base up more than 1,000 units, and yields up 5% year on year. For the year as a whole, global gaming operating profits rose 5 times to 242 million. That's only gaming. As I said, lottery and Play Digital, other 2 segments, also performed very, very well in the quarter and in the year as a whole. Our cash flow was very strong in 2022, with nearly $900 million in cash from operations and $582 million generating from outstanding performance that I just described, non-core asset disposal, and a very disciplined capital management. IGT posted the lowest debt and leverage in company history, net debt decreased to more than $700 million, and our leverage is now down to just over 3x EBITDA. Our liquidity was the highest in company's history at $2.4 billion. The strong reduction in the leverage was achieved despite returning a record of $275 million to shareholders in the form of cash dividends and share repurchase. And for 2023, I will just conclude saying that we expect revenue of approximately 4.1-4.3 billion. That's the public guidance. Operating income margin in the 21 to 23% range, and cash from operation around the same level as 2022, over $900 million, despite some one-off cash outflows expected. So undoubtedly, Q1 2023 is also starting on a strong note. If you need more, we can do that disclosure privately, of course, being a listed company. And I would just mention that our strong recent performance has been reflected in two subsequent rating actions. We were rated BB+ corporate rating by Fitch. BBB- is, so an investment grade rating, is the rating of our secured debt. And we were also upgraded by Moody's, who since the merger in 2015 is rated us Ba2 and now rates us Ba1. So this is what's been significant. We've retired more debt both at the beginning of the quarter in January and at the end. Just completed a $400 million bonds repurchase in the market using the abundant liquidity. So that's what I think I will say about our recent financial performance.
Thank you. Appreciate that summary. Sounds
You're welcome.
very strong, and congratulations.
Thank you.
Yeah, great. Also wanted to ask Mediobanco, you've had a relationship with them prior, obviously coming on as common security agent, but IGT has been banking with them as part of this facility quite some time.
Absolutely. So they acted as mandated arrangers for most of our recent, both the revolving credit facility and our term loan. And the relationship with them precedes my coming to the company, so more than 10, 11 years now.
Great. Thank you. Any other comments or questions from board members?
None from me, Chair.
Anything else, Mr. Burnett?
No, Mr. Chairman, I think we're working off draft number 2 of the 13th revised order of registration. And all of those changes look good to us.
Great. I would say then that we are prepared to entertain a motion if one of the board members would like to make a motion.
I'll make that motion. I move to recommend approval of non-restricted item number 1 as read into the record by Secretary Rupert pursuant to the 13th revised order of registration draft number 2 dated 4/4/23.
Madam Secretary.
Member Assad?
Aye.
Member Watkins?
Aye.
Chairman Hendrick?
Aye. Motion passes.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Gentlemen. Madam Secretary, please read in non-restricted item number 2.
Non-restricted number 2 are the applications of John McManus for licensure as a key executive as noted on the agenda.
Good morning.
Good morning, Chair Hendrick, Member Watkins, Member Assad, Executive Secretary Rupert. For the record, Sean McGinnis with Butler Snow on behalf of MGM Resorts International. With me from the podium in your offices in Las Vegas is John McManus with MGM Resorts International. We appreciate the waiver to allow him to appear by video from the Vegas offices. What I thought would be appropriate, as you know, Mr. McManus has been licensed or found suitable on several prior occasions, but it's been a little while since he's appeared before the board, so I thought it might be appropriate for him to give a short little bio background for you, and we can open up for questions.
It'd be wonderful. Thank you. Good morning, Mr. McManus.
Good morning, Chair Hendrick, Member Watkins, Member Assad, Madam Secretary. John McManus, for the record, Chief Legal and Administrative Officer for MGM Resorts. It's my pleasure to be here before you today from Las Vegas. And again, echoing Mr. McGinnis, thank you for allowing me to appear from Las Vegas. I guess I'd like to start. I'll give you a brief history of my career and in the gaming industry, and then I'm happy to answer any questions, give you an update on the company, anything about my application. I I moved to Las Vegas in 1993, straight from law school. My first job was at the Shrek Jones law firm. I was there for only about 3 years, and then I moved in-house to the Sahara Hotel in 1996, which at the time was owned by Bill Bennett. I remained there for about 5 years, at which time I moved to MGM Resorts, which at the time was MGM Barrage. Started as the assistant general counsel at the MGM Grand property, sort of worked my way through various property roles. Probably notably, I moved over to the City Center project when that was under development. And then from there, moved in, I believe, summer of 2008 to corporate as assistant general counsel. Then in late 2009, became general counsel and have essentially been in that role ever since. My current title really with the administrative officer aspect really reflects sort of the collection of other departments that report to me. In addition to the legal department, I have compliance, I have risk management, I have government affairs, I have communications, I have labor relations, I have aviation. I feel like I'm forgetting something. Security. I may have still forgotten something, but that's essentially what flows up through my reporting chain.
Great. Thank you. Mr. McGinnis, did you have anything else?
Just like to thank Aubrey Wilson, the agent who worked on Mr. McManus's application.
I meant to do that as the very first thing. I had almost written it on my hand. She was terrific. Obviously, my career had the pleasure of working with control board members and staff, and Agent Wilson was no exception to what I've found to be the case with the Nevada Gaming Control Board of high level of professionalism and efficiency. So I thank her for her efforts.
Thank you. Questions or comments from the board members?
I have no concerns, no questions. It's pretty straightforward. You've been licensed many times before, and I just wish you well.
Thank you, and congratulations on your appointment. I look forward to working with you.
Thank you very much.
I'm satisfied with the information in the report. Don't have any further questions or concerns.
Thank you very much.
I would agree with both board members. You've been licensed multiple times, and it's good that we did an update, but of course found nothing. So appreciate that. I appreciate you working with the board staff to get your application through. If there's no other questions or comments from the board members, I would take a motion on non-restricted number 2.
I'll make that motion. I move to recommend approval of non-restricted item number 2 as read into the record by Secretary Rupert.
Madam Secretary.
Member Assad?
Aye.
Member Watkins?
Aye.
Chairman Hendrick?
Aye. Motion passes. Congratulations, Mr. McManus.
Thank you very much. Have a nice day.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. McGinnis. Brings us to non-restricted number 3, Madam Secretary.
Non-restricted number 3 are the applications of Robert Woods for finding of suitability and or licensure as a key executive as noted on the agenda.
Good morning.
Morning, Robert Woods. Thank you for hearing this application. I would like to thank the staff for processing the application and Special Agent Batham for hard work he did on it. A little bit of my background: I've been licensed previously as a member of the Board of Managers of PDS, and now I've taken over as CEO. And so my background is primarily, most of my career has been in equipment finance and middle market finance through various different companies. I've been associated with PDS as a lender and or on the Board of Managers for probably the last 20 years. We're a primary finance source for PDS prior to my being involved with the company directly. Happy to answer any questions that you might have.
Thank you, Mr. Woods. Questions or comments from board members?
No questions. I think Agent Bartholomew prepared your case very well. You've been licensed before. I have no concerns.
Thank you. Good morning.
I just wanted you to talk a little bit about your transition from business and finance to the gaming world and maybe some similarities and differences you saw there.
Yeah, so at its heart, PDS is primarily a finance company. We do own equipment, we do manage equipment, but we don't really directly operate that equipment. We run it on more of a route business, and the local casinos where we place that equipment operated. So we look at even the route side of the business more in terms of a finance business. So providing equipment finance to these casino operators. So it hasn't been a big transition. I've run organizations before, I've managed people before. I've been involved since, I forget when the first time I was licensed, but I think it was around 2019. So I understand the regulatory process and the requirements and restrictions that we have to go through to be a good citizen in a regulatory environment. So it's been a pretty smooth transition. In addition, PDS has a lot of long-term employees, been with the company for 20, 25 years. And so I've been working with those employees as a lender, for the last 20 years. And so the process of working with them directly as a colleague has been pretty seamless.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Woods, I understand that you reside in New York. So first of all, appreciate you coming out to Carson City today. And wanted to ask you, how often are you in Las Vegas for this job? Do you show up on a regular basis to the Vegas office?
I do. Typically, I'm out there once a month. We also have a fairly large operation in Oklahoma, so I spend 1 week a month out there and 1 week a month in Vegas, and 2 weeks usually at my home office. So I've always been a guy to get on an airplane and go see our customers and go see our operations. So it's been kind of business as usual in that respect as well.
Good.
We made the effort back during the pandemic when everybody was remote to sort of learn to work remotely and to learn, the importance of over communication, which I think is the essence of working remotely. You have to, really spend a lot of time over communicating. So that's worked out well for us as well.
Good. Thank you. I didn't have any other questions. I agree that you've been licensed before, and we appreciate the update and working with staff to get your application processed. If there's no other questions or comments from board members, we would take a motion on non-restricted number 3.
I move to recommend approval of non-restricted item number 3 as read into the record by Secretary.
Madam Secretary.
Member Assad?
Aye.
Member Watkins?
Aye.
Chairman Hendrick?
Aye. Motion passes. Thank you very much, Mr. Woods.
Thank you.
Good luck to you. All right, Madam Secretary, please read in non-restricted number 4.
Non-restricted number 4 is the application of Joseph Asher for licensure as a key executive at IGT.
Burnett.
Good morning,
Asher.
Mr. Chairman, Member Watkins, Member Assad, Madam Secretary, A.G. Burnett with the law firm of McDonald Carano here representing Mr. Joseph Max Asher, who I suppose needs no introduction, quite frankly. I don't want to steal too much of his thunder, but he's applying for key executive status with Play Sports at IGT. And he also was recently announced by the Biden administration to be the chairman of the board of trustees of the Woodrow Wilson International Center for Scholars. So I didn't know he was as much of a scholar as he purports to be. Your report may reflect that more. With that, Mr. Chairman, I'll turn it over to Mr. Asher, who's obviously prepared to give an overview of this back.
Morning, Mr. Asher.
Morning, Mr. Chairman, for Watkins, Judge. Appreciate the opportunity to appear before you. I should say, Madam Secretary, as AG taught me better.
You want to tell us a little bit about your background and how this key executive application will fit into your life and this new opportunity you have in Washington?
Sure. How far back you want me to go, but I been involved in the gaming industry initially back when I was a teenager working racetracks, mostly in Delaware, also in Massachusetts. Got out of it for a little bit. Went to law school, practiced law for a number of years in Delaware, New York City. Moved out to Las Vegas in 2006. Ultimately wound up getting into the race and sports business. Started a company that I named Brandywine Bookmaking after the racetrack where I worked as a kid. That business started operating in 2008. Was sold to William Hill in 2012. I wound up staying with William Hill, running William Hill U.S. business from its inception in 2012 until it was sold to Caesars in 2021. Then took a few months off and wound up going to work for IGT in October of 2021, looking after the Play Sports business, which is a hardware and software business, a B2B business that licenses technology to sports betting operators or casinos who want to operate a sports book. Main customers in Nevada are Boyd Gaming, which uses the IGT platform, also Resorts World in Las Vegas. But there's a number of commercial and tribal operators across the country who use the platform.
Great.
So that's a general overview.
Very good. Thank you. Questions, comments from board members?
I'm somewhat familiar with you. I met you at the Boyd Law School. You may not recall when you were sponsoring a First Amendment symposium. And I want to thank you for that. That was very informative and very instructive, very helpful to a lot of us attorneys and students as well. With respect to Brandywine, you said that was a bookmaking operation, essentially. Can you elaborate a little bit on that?
Sure. We operated race and sports books across Nevada under the Lucky's brand name. Started in Elko in 2008. Wound up operating the sports book at the Grand Sierra back before all the money that was spent to make it a beautiful property it is today. The Plaza in downtown Las Vegas, the Fandango here in Carson City. There were 17 locations across the state. And we were also the risk manager for the state of Delaware's lottery with the parlay sports betting initially going back to 2009, while PASPA was still in effect. And then that business, as I mentioned earlier, sold to William Hill when William Hill bought 3 small businesses that became the William Hill U.S. business. The AWI, which was the old Leroy's business, Calneva, which was operated mostly in northern Nevada, out of the Club Calneva in downtown Reno, and Brandywine was the third business.
And at William Hill, could you elaborate a little bit on you may not be aware of it or familiar with it that much, but there's on the in-game wagering, there is about a 12-second delay between what you see on the TV screen, for example, in a basketball game, and the time that the number moves on the board, and also in the system, the ticket generating system. Is that I just see that as a little bit of sort of pass posting in reverse. Is that necessary, or why do they do that? Do you think that could be something that could be eliminated?
Yeah, I'm not familiar with the concept of a 12-second delay. Typically, the TV delay can vary based on whether it's cable or streaming or so forth. But typically the network feeds you would hear about a 5 to 7 second delay. The pricing on the app, however, would be as near instantaneous as you could get at the in-play pricing that's offered to customers.
Mm-hmm.
So you could actually have the app open and see the price move pretty significantly in any particular game, and then you're going to see something different on the TV.
Mm-hmm.
Because something's just happened. The data has in effect gone from the stadium where the game is played through a data provider and to the bookmaker, and then what's reflected on your app, far more quickly than what you would see on television. Obviously, the latency is something that a sports betting company would be very concerned about. But generally speaking, the pricing on the app would reflect the up to the second events, while the TV picture may not have caught up with that.
And then on Play Sports, is that going to be just a platform setting, or is it also you're involved with the actual software and the machines?
It's the software that
Generates the ticket.
Manages the events, and so forth. The hardware, such as a kiosk, which are quite common in the market today, where a customer sees the bet offerings on the kiosk, puts in cash, and gets a ticket out. And then there's a team of the common, called traders or bookmakers, but a risk management team. There's about 20 people who are based in Las Vegas for IGT. And the fellow who oversees it happens to be the guy who was the head bookmaker for Brandywine back in the day. He got to IGT before I did. And they would manage the risk and also manage the information that's coming from a data feed for the various IGT customers who contract for that service. We call it the turnkey solution. Some people just use the platform only. Others use the platform plus the risk management component.
Okay, great. Thank you very much.
Watkins.
Hi, good morning.
Good morning.
Can you tell us about what originally brought you out to Vegas in 2006?
Yes. So by this point in time, I had decided to get back into the gaming business. As I mentioned, sort of grown up around it, was practicing law, wanted to get back into the business. Wound up going to work for a client of mine as a lawyer. When I was living in New York City, had started to dabble in the gaming business, principally in the UK. I went to work for them with the idea of getting into the gaming business in the US, and we did a couple of things. One was proprietary horse racing wagers, and then the other was the idea of gambling on mobile devices, sort of mobile gaming. And so I wound up spending quite a bit of time in Las Vegas. I was still living in New York, but commuting out to Vegas a great deal. And the idea of mobile gaming, I think through meetings with the board, members of the commission back then, and this is around 2004, 2005. I think the view from the board, the commission, was that a legislative change would be needed. And so I remember working with Bob Fess, first lawyer I think I worked with in Nevada, and obviously had a tremendous impact on this industry in this state. And he drafted a bill and wound up advocating for its passage in the legislature, and then which it did pass. And then I ultimately moved out to Nevada in the summer of 2006.
Thank you for that. And was there a particular affinity for the horse track that you worked at as a teenager that made you name your company Brandywine?
Yes. Yeah, Brandywine Raceway, which was located in my hometown of Wilmington, was played a very formative role in my life. I started going there when I was a little boy with my father, and then got hired when I was 16 to work in the publicity department. Ultimately wound up announcing horse races there and some other places. And some of my closest friendships, go way back to Brandywine. The track closed in 1989, but it always has held a special place in my heart. So when I started the company, when you start a company, you get to pick the name, and so I named it Brandywine. The Brandywine name is actually somewhat common in northern Delaware, southeast Pennsylvania. There was one of the biggest battles of the Revolutionary War was the Battle of the Brandywine along the banks of the Brandywine River, and actually didn't go so well for the Americans. General Washington retreated to Chester, just where my mother-in-law was from, and ultimately back towards Philadelphia. Ironically enough, it was September the 11th, 1777. It's the date, Battle of Brandywine. So, sort of first not so good day on September 11th in American history was in 1777. But anyway, it's a somewhat common name in the area. It's a Brandywine High School. Brandywine 100 is an area. Valley, a lot of things named Brandywine, including the racetrack. And so when I started the sports betting company, that's what I named it.
Wow, thank you for that history lesson and explanation. I appreciate that. And just finally, can you expand or tell us a little bit more about your new appointment by the Biden administration?
Yes. So thank you for the question. The Wilson Center was established by Congress in 1968 as the official tribute, I think, to President Wilson, and it's essentially a think tank. It has some of the brightest scholars in the country. Have been through the Wilson Fellows Program. Madeleine Albright, Tony Blinken, who's the current Secretary of State, National Security Advisor Jake Sullivan. And it studies issues, many dealing with foreign relations, not exclusively, in a nonpartisan, research-driven way. It's funded largely by Congress, but also through an endowment and private funding to study issues and then issue independent research for the benefit of policymakers. To then, hopefully make decisions based on what the research demonstrates. It's based in Washington, in the Reagan Building, is where the Wilson Center is physically located. It's run by President CEO, who is a former ambassador and congressman named Mark Green, who's been in that position for a couple of years. The board is essentially half comprised of statutory board members who are set by statute, include the Secretary of State, Secretary of Education, Health and Human Services, the Librarian of Congress, the National Archivist, and other, someone from the Smithsonian, set forth in the legislation that establishes the Wilson Center. And then the remainder of the board, including chairs appointed by the president, to a 6-year term, and the president just appointed me within the last few weeks to be the chair. And I have to say, the more I get involved with them, so I'm just getting up to speed now, speaking with people. I had dinner with Ambassador Green a couple of weeks ago in Washington, and meeting with various folks, speaking on the phone with people, and the more I get up to speed, the more I learn, the more appreciative I am for the opportunity. It's obviously a whole new world and very different than what I've sort of pigeonholed myself into, for the last 15 years or so. But it's something that I'm really looking forward to and looking to help in any way I can.
Thank you for that. I'll the chair may have a couple of questions for you on that, but if not, can get back to me if you want. I'll ask some more.
Okay, I also wanted to congratulate you on the appointment. Sounds very interesting, and was wondering, does that change your duties at IGT? Will you be spending more time in DC, having received this appointment from the president?
Yes and yes. I think I'm going to try to at IGT trying to reduce my role a little bit, and Joe Bertoloni, who's someone who members of the board may know well. Actually, you used to be the chief administrative officer and head of the technology division for the board, way back in the day before his hair was so gray. But he's going to be stepping in to take a number of the operational responsibilities on. He's been working closely with me over the last year or so. So Joe will assume much more of the operational aspects. I'm still going to be heavily involved in commercial and strategic areas of the business and still maintain my position with it. But the idea is to have time freed up to devote a significant amount of my time to the Wilson Center. I'm going to continue to live in Las Vegas for sure. We have school-age children and don't feel the need to physically move to Washington. In fact, one of the early things I have in mind is to try to maybe move the Wilson Center a little bit out of the DC, New York bubble, because it's a pretty big country for those of us who live in the West. But I would envision, obviously going back to DC. I don't know, maybe it's a half dozen times or so a year or whatever's necessary, but we'll certainly go back. And then, of course, obviously these days we've all been used to have meetings by Zoom and video conferencing. So,
Sure. And I understand you're still president and CEO of Brandywine Gaming. Is that something that you're actively involved in now?
yeah, well, yes, Mr. Chairman, Brandywine Gaming is basically is a holding company. It was the entity through which I held my interest in Brandywine bookmaking. And so when I sold Brandywine bookmaking to William Hill, I maintained the Brandywine Gaming holding company. It's still active. I just paid the $300 fee to Delaware to keep it active. It's a Delaware LLC, and I have some small stock interests and other things that are within that entity, but it's basically just a holding company.
Thank you. Member Watkins, do you have other questions?
I don't have any further questions. Your questions and your elaboration answered my questions, so thank you.
Great. Judge, did you have any other questions or comments?
No, I'm fine.
Great. Mr. Burnett, anything else?
No, Mr. Chairman, other than to comment, I imagine Mr. Asher will remain active in horse racing in some fashion because I think he takes a trip to Elko every year. I don't know if he's still going to do that, but you can catch him on YouTube actually announcing the races.
Very nice.
Yeah, I go up to Elko. My son and I go to Elko every year for the fair, and they'll call it Racer Day up at the fair. Kind of enjoy coming out of retirement and calling horse races a little bit. And I also do want to express my appreciation to Dave Hearn, who's the agent in this investigation. He was great to work with, and a real pleasure getting to know him. So I do want to acknowledge and thank him.
Great. Thank you for that. No other questions or comments. Would it entertain a motion on non-restricted item number 4?
Chair, I'll move to recommend approval of non-restricted item number 4 as read into the record by Secretary Rupert.
Madam Secretary.
Member Assad?
Aye.
Member Watkins?
Aye.
Chairman Hendrick?
Aye. Motion passes. Congratulations and good luck to Mr. Asher.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Burnett. That brings us to non-restricted number 5, Madam Secretary.
Non-restricted number 5 is the application of Julie Cameron Doe for finding of suitability as an officer at Wynn Resorts Limited.
Good morning.
Good morning, Chair Hendrick, Member Watkins, Member Assad, Madam Secretary. Sonia Vermees from the law firm Brownstein Hyatt Farber Schreck. I'm here with the applicant, Julie Cameron Doe. First, we want to thank you for allowing us to appear by video conference here from Las Vegas. We also want to thank Agent Mark Robertson for his work on the application. He's always a pleasure to work with. Ms. Cameron Doe is a seasoned applicant. I applied in approximately 290 jurisdictions with her former roles with Aristocrat. She's been licensed in Nevada as well as an officer and director with Aristocrat companies. She's currently has applications pending in 13 jurisdictions in connection with her role as Chief Financial Officer of Wynn Resorts Limited. She's happy to tell you more about herself or answer any questions that you might have.
Thank you. Good morning.
Good morning, Chairman Hendrick, members of the board, Madam Secretary. As Sonia introduced me, Julie Cameron Doe, Chief Financial Officer of Wynn Resorts Limited. I've been in this room before a couple of times, but not since 2018. I appeared here when I was applying for the similar licensing with Aristocrat. Aristocrat moved me to Las Vegas in 2018 when I was promoted to Chief Financial Officer there. If you like, I can give you a little bit of my background, or I'm happy to take questions.
If the board members want further background, I would entertain that. But personally, I read through your investigative report, and as you noted, you were in front of the board and commission only 4 years ago. So this was merely an update, and also very impressed with the amount of license applications and licensing you've gone through. It's quite a long list, and so I applaud you for going through all of that. Did board members have questions or want further background from Ms. Cameron Doe?
I don't think I need any further explanation. I have the information I need in the report, and I'm happy to support the application.
Yes, I'm in a similar thought process there. Agent Robertson did a great job. The report is very detailed. Your work history is very lengthy, as the chairman indicated. This, to me, it's a slam dunk. So good luck.
Thank you.
Very good. Thank you. Ms. Vermees, did you have anything else to add?
I don't. Thank you.
All right. I would take a motion then on non-restricted item number 5.
I move to recommend approval of non-restricted item number 5 as read into the record by Secretary Rupert.
Madam Secretary.
Member Assad?
Aye.
Member Watkins?
Aye.
Chairman Hendrick?
Aye. Motion passes. Congratulations and thank you.
Thank you very much.
That brings us, Madam Secretary, to non-restricted item number 6.
Non-restricted number 6 is the application of Edith Lavoie for licensure as a key executive at Nevada Property One LLC.
Good morning.
Chair Hendrick, Member Watkins, Member Assad, Madam Secretary. My name is Chandler Paul, I'm legal counsel with MGM Resorts International. We're here today for Edith Lavoie's application as a key executive. She's Chief Financial Officer, Senior Vice President of the Cosmopolitan of Las Vegas. And if it may please the board, what we're planning is Edith will give a brief background and answer questions as necessary.
That'd be wonderful. Thank you. Good morning.
Good morning, Chairman Hendrick, Member Watkin, and Member Assad. Good morning, Madam Secretary. I just want to thank you for having me here this morning, and I also want to acknowledge and thank Agent Lopez for processing my application. Again, my name is Edith Lavoie, and I consider myself a native of Las Vegas since I've lived there since I was 6 months old. I went to UNLV and graduated with a Bachelor's of Science in Business Administration with an emphasis in accounting. My career in finance in the hospitality industry started with MGM Resorts 22 years ago. I was there when it was MGM Mirage, and then shortly after changing to MGM Resorts. I was there for 15 years before I moved over to the Cosmopolitan under Blackstone's ownership, and then still there now back with MGM Resorts. So it's full circle, like being back home. So it's been an incredible experience working for 2 wonderful companies that supported and have allowed me to grow in my career. So thank you.
Great. Thank you. Questions or comments from board members?
I noticed you were born in Michoacan, Mexico.
Yes.
So to me, looking at your history here, you are the epitome of the American dream come true.
Absolutely, yes. Thank you.
I would also like to encourage you to spread that word around.
Yes, very proud. Yes, my parents immigrated from Mexico, and they actually also worked in the hospitality industry since they were here in Las Vegas. So I'm very proud of them.
Great.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
Watkins?
I'd also just like to say congratulations. So you began your career in the casino industry while you were in school, and you started out as a busser. Is that right?
Actually, in the industry, I started when I was 16 years old at Excalibur now it's called the Fun Dungeon. It was called the Fantasy Fair in the game area downstairs. So yeah, so that's where I started in the hospitality industry. And then when I was in college, I also worked as a bus person at the Tropicana.
Wow. Well,
Yes.
congratulations
Thank
on
you.
working your way all the way up. I have
Yes.
no questions or concerns, and I'm happy to support your application.
Thank you.
I echo both what Member Watkins and Member Assad said. Your application is very well presented, and your work history and your success in the gaming industry should be applauded. So I appreciate that. Appreciate you working with board to get this application through in a timely manner with our staff. And I didn't have anything else to add or question you about. So appreciate you being here this morning. And I would entertain a motion on non-restricted item number 6.
Thank you.
I move to recommend approval of non-restricted item number 6 as read into the record by Secretary Rupert.
Madam Secretary.
Member Assad?
Aye.
Member Watkins?
Aye.
Chairman Hendrick?
Aye. Motion passes.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Congratulations.
Congratulations.
And I'd like to echo the compliment for Agent Lopez. He was great to work with. We really appreciated him.
Thank you, Mr. Pohl. That brings us to non-restricted item number 7, Madam Secretary.
Non-restricted number 7 are the applications of Winners Gaming, Inc. for a disposition of securities as noted on the agenda.
Good morning.
Good
Mr.
morning, Chair Hendrick, members Watkins and Saad, Executive Secretary Rupert, staff of the board. I'm Dan Reeser with the law firm Fenimore, and I'm appearing with Winners Gaming today on the applications as identified by the Executive Secretary. Present on behalf of the company are Robert G. King, Director and President, Robert A. Cashel Jr., Director and Vice President, and with our appreciation and your accommodation by video appearance, Stephen S. Johnson, Director and Vice President. Also like to recognize my colleague, Wade Beavers, who's here monitoring. He worked on the application. We'd like to thank Chief Hoffman, Deputy Chief Rippey, Supervisor Doyle, Special Agent Schweitzer, and a special call out to Special Agent Schweitzer for their assistance in efficiently and professionally bringing the application to agenda within a very short period of time. With the chair's leave, we do have an affirmative presentation that will first provide an overview of the company and its operations, because it hasn't been before you for a while, and 2, describe the transaction on which the applications were filed.
That'd be appreciated. Thank you, Mr.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The company was originally founded in 1984 as a general partnership by Mr. King and Art and Ward Hinckley. It's a licensed slot route operator by the commission, and in 1998, the partnership was converted to a corporation. The following year, the Berry family acquired 27.75% of the shares, and Mr. Johnson acquired 10% of the common stock. Over these years, the percentages of interests held by the shareholders have changed over time, but only by reason of redemptions and purchases. WGI operates 360 slot machines at 54 locations in northern Nevada. The company's route operations serve locations in the cities of Reno, Sparks, Carson City, Minden, Winnemucca, Battle Mountain, and Fernley. And the company has restricted operations at convenience stores, some of which also are associated with automobile service stations, in restaurants, and in taverns. In December of 2014, the company redeemed the shares held by the Berry family. And in June 2015, the Cashel Family Trust acquired approximately 22.5% of the company. The trust is a holding company registered with the Nevada Gaming Commission and controls through an intermediary company, Robert Parker Inc., 2 corporate licensees that have 5 non-restricted gaming locations in Humboldt and Douglas County. The transaction that's before you are 2 transfers of interest applications on Form 21, and they were filed on January 12th of this year pursuant to NRS 463.510, 463.540, NGC regulations 15510.13 and 8020. The company has agreed to redeem and retire 12.251149% of the company's common stock by purchasing 100,000 shares of issued and outstanding equity securities from Mr. Johnson, and 20.2144% of the company's common stock by purchasing 165 shares of the issued and outstanding equity that is held by the King Gaming Trust, of which Mr. King is the trustee. The transactions are documented in separate stock redemption agreements that were effective as of November 30th of last year and entered by WGI with Mr. Johnson, and a second one effective in December 30th, 22, entered with Mr. King's Gaming Trust. Assuming favorable board and commission action, WGI will redeem the shares held by Mr. Johnson and Mr. King's trust through a combination of cash payments at closing and installment payments over a 5-year period. The remaining shareholders will each then own 1/3, 1/3, 1/3 of the company. At the time the transaction is completed, the 265,000 shares of WGI that is redeemed will be returned to the company. The 1 million authorized shares of common stock will be unchanged, but WGI will then only have 511,250 shares of common stock split 1/3, 1/3, 1/3 at the completion of the transaction. Concurrently with the closing of the transaction, Mr. King and Mr. Johnson will resign their positions as directors and officers of the company. Mr. King will be entering a 5-year consulting and non-compete agreement. Mr. Shell will replace Mr. King as the president and chief executive officer of the company. Following the transaction closing, the company's board of directors will be comprised of Mr. Hinckley and Mr. Shell. Knowing the board's concern about deadlock boards effective on the closing date, WGI's code of bylaws will be amended to provide that if there is ever a deadlock, then any issue has to be taken to the full shareholders. We're available to respond to any questions that the board might have, but that's a little bit about the company and the transaction that's before you, and we're glad to respond to any issues you might have.
That's great. Thank you, Mr. Reeser. Questions or comments from board members?
Yes, thank you all for being here. I just want to clarify for the record, it's 165,000 shares. I believe you said it was 165 shares. So
I'm sorry. Yeah, it's 165,000 shares from Mr. King and 100,000 shares from Mr. Johnson for a total of 265,000 shares.
And
sorry.
And at the end of the day, Arthur Hinckley will have 1/3. The Kishel Family Trust, which Mr. Kishel will be president, so you have 1/3. Hinckley will have 1/3.
Crystal Hinckley, which is Art's mom.
Got it.
We'll have the other third.
Okay. And then the only question I had was, I noticed it seems to be a trend, and I think you had a case last month with us where they're going from C Corps to LLCs. I was just wondering why in this particular transfer there wasn't a request to formulate a LLC for tax purposes and so forth. So it's just for my own edification.
Yeah, I don't, Mr. Shell may have a view on that. I don't know that in this instance, there's not a holding company that is, this isn't 100% owned by a holding company. So you don't get much of a benefit through the pass-through. Each one of the shareholders are going to get distributions that's going to go on their individual tax returns. So I don't think that the pass-through tax benefits that we were discussing in last month's Bally's application be applicable here. There, Bally's was compressing a bunch of corporation or subsidiary corporations so that they all poured up through LLCs and were disregarded entities to the public company's ultimate tax return.
Yeah, that makes perfect sense. Thank you.
Member Watkins.
Thank you, Mr. Reeser, for always providing such an excellent and detailed presentation. As you were talking, I was removing stickies for questions. You always answer all my questions. I just had one question left, and that was
I failed.
No, usually I don't have any questions left. So, but how did you all arrive at the value of the shares?
So, in your materials there should be, but I'm not sure because Agent Schweitzer did ask on this. Essentially, the company calculated a 4-year average EBITDA. It applied a multiple. We disclosed to you a multiple that was chosen to that average EBITDA to reach an enterprise value. We provided you that enterprise value. The multiple selected was a multiple that the company, the shareholders and management had agreed upon when they had received a purchase offer a few years ago and said, we won't sell for less than this multiple. And so they applied the same multiple to themselves. Then they took that valuation and multiplied it by the 32.46% of the shares that were being retired. And that came up with an indicative value that we provided you. We rounded that by a few dollars. There was no minority discount applied. And based on that figure, we came up with the enterprise allocation to each of these stock tranches, and that you can back into a stock price, but that was not the way that we did. We didn't hire somebody to come up with a stock price. The company's management and shareholders calculated this using the way they would have valued business if they were selling it to somebody else or they were buying it.
Okay, thank you for that explanation. Appreciate it.
And if the board wants, we do have a handout on that, but it should be identical to what Agent Schweitzer had for you. Okay.
I think that was a great explanation from me. I'm satisfied. Thank you.
There was no Ouija board.
I'm interested in hearing from Mr. King, Mr. Cashel, or Mr. Johnson. I understand the company's currently licensed in 55 restricted locations. Interested in the financial health of the business, where you see it going. Do you see that number increasing? What's the plan for the business post this transaction?
You're advancing.
Morning.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman, Member Watkins, Member Assad, Robert Cashel Jr. for the record. Madam Secretary, I apologize. I've never necessarily been in the route business. And, Bob and Art started that business years and years ago, and we were always in the petroleum retail business and affiliate gaming. But, the business that Bob built and what he's done in Northern Nevada has been really remarkable. And, they've weathered ups and downs and, all sorts of economic conditions. And, through his leadership, the company is where it is today. He's looking to retire as well as Steve Johnson is. And so it just created an opportunity. And I think there's a lot of opportunities still going forward. A lot of our locations are convenience stores, some of which an affiliated company owns. We have relationships with some other major convenience store operators. And I think as our region continues to grow and some of the smaller rural communities continue to grow, there's a lot of going forward opportunity in the company, and we're excited about it. And it's why we, Art and I and Crystal decided to, redeem the shares and continue ahead with the company.
Thank you for that.
Sure.
I also wanted to mention this application looks like it was filed only 2 months ago. So I'm sure that's kudos to you, Mr. Reeser, on putting this together. And also I want to echo the comments of our staff for getting an application like this on the agenda in 2 months is very, very rapid. So congratulations to everybody involved.
Agent Schweitzer not that others didn't, but he just knocked it out of the park. He threw himself into it, and for a couple of weeks we were fast friends. And then he said, "Hi, this is your closing conference," and I went, "Oh, great!" So thanks to, as I've indicated, to Chief Hoffman to let Agent Schweitzer know. He just and we have. I will also set the table. Agent Schweitzer has done previous investigations, not only with me, but with the Shell organization. So and with WGI. So he was quite familiar with the history of it. He had written some of the previous reports, so he did a great job of leveraging the resources in central files.
I would also add that the structure of the corporation and the way you've laid it out allowed for less applications. Going through the materials, I was quite surprised that you could have a president resign, a vice president resign, a director resign, a new person become president, a new person become a CEO, a new person be on the board of directors, and none of that required applications because the structure was so well put together. So again, congratulations on that. And all that being said, allows our job to be very easy and allows the staff to be able to put these applications together and on a board agenda very fast. So
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
yeah, thank you. Mr. Johnson, appreciate you being with us virtually today. Did you have anything you'd like to add?
First of all, I'd like to thank you for your approval to allow me to attend via video. It's greatly appreciated, Chairman Hendrick, Member Assad, and Member Watkins. The only thing I would add is to add to Mr. Cashell's comments about Bob's beginning the business and growing the business to where it is today. Back when Rob Cashell got involved in the business, I think I was very involved in facilitating that transaction based on prior business dealings that Robin and I had. And where Bob leaves the business today, Rob Cashell has the background and the leadership to take the business into the future. So I look forward to watching it grow and prosper. And I commend Rob on his willingness to take it forward. I'm excited to see what happens.
Great, thank you. And I would agree. We love seeing in Nevada companies that get started up and then somebody else is able to take them to the next plateau. So certainly I echo your comments, Mr. Johnson. Are there any other questions or comments from board members? Mr. Reeser, anything else you'd like to add?
No, thank you, Member Hendricks. We'd ask for a unanimous recommendation to the commission.
Very good. I would entertain a motion then on non-restricted number 7.
I move to recommend approval of non-restricted item number 7 as read into the record by Secretary Rupert.
Madam Secretary.
Member Assad?
Aye.
Member Watkins?
Aye.
Chairman Hendrick?
Aye. Motion passes.
Thank you.
Thank you all, gentlemen.
Thank you.
Good luck to
Thank
Mr.
you.
King, Mr. Johnson, your future endeavors.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Cashell. That brings us to non-restricted item number 8, Madam Secretary.
Non-restricted number 8 is the application of Nevada Restaurant Services, Inc., doing business as Points Casino 130 for a non-restricted gaming license.
Good morning.
Good morning, Chair Hendrick, Dr. Watkins, Judge Assad, Madam Secretary. My name is Cannon Smith, and I'm General Counsel for Nevada Restaurant Services, Inc. I'm before you today on non-restricted item number 8, which is NRSI's application for a non-restricted gaming license at Points Casino number 130 in Sparks, Nevada. The current licensee at this location is Northern Nevada Restaurant Services, Inc., which is wholly owned by the applicant, NRSI. This application for a new license is, in practice, an application to transfer the license from a wholly owned subsidiary to its parent company. The operation of the location would not change at all with approval. The same management, the same employees, everything like that. We'd like to express our thanks to Senior Agent Heather Lambert for her work on this application, and we'd ask for a recommendation of approval to the Commission and are happy to answer any questions the board may have.
Great. Thank you. Questions or comments from board members?
Thank you, Mr. Smith. It's pretty straightforward. Basically, you're just simplifying the structure of the organization. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay, great. I have no further concerns or questions, so thank you so much.
Thank you.
Good morning. Good to see you again, Mr. Smith.
Nice to see you as well. Good morning.
I don't have any questions or concerns. I agree with Judge Assad. This is pretty straightforward, so I'm happy to support the application.
Thank you.
I also didn't have questions on the actual application, and the license transfer seems to make sense from a corporate standpoint. I haven't been out to this location. I'm going to try to get out there shortly. I'm interested. Can you tell us a little bit about the concept, or in this case, it's multiple concepts under one roof? Is that something that Nevada Restaurant Services intends to do in other locations, and how is it working out with your customer base?
Yes, in fact, NRSI has a few other locations that are in the same, operated in the same manner, where the casino is split into different themes. Both the resorts, one in Laughlin and one in Boulder City, are operated that way, as well as the former Fort Cheyenne in North Las Vegas is the same, along with a couple others. I think that the company sees it as a place where when there's the multiple concepts, different themes, there's something for everybody. So if a group of people go there, maybe some of them like one concept of food that's offered there, while others may enjoy something else. It just provides a better offering for the customers.
And do you see the customers viewing it as different casinos, almost like a mall structure where they're going to different places, as you said, for food, for gaming, or do they feel like they're in the same place and go to different themes while they're there?
They feel like they're in the same place because the entire casino is connected internally. You don't have to exit the building to enter one of the other concepts. You can just walk through the casino from concept to concept the whole way through.
Very interesting. I'll be getting out to one of those locations shortly. I'm glad you mentioned all of them that have the same type of concept. Thank you. Are there any other questions or comments from board members?
No further questions from me, Chair.
None from me either. Thank you.
All right, then, Madam Secretary, actually, we're going to need a motion first. How about a motion on non-restricted number 8?
I move to recommend approval of non-restricted item number 8 as read into the record by Secretary Rupert.
All right, Madam Secretary.
Member Assad?
Aye.
Member Watkins?
Aye.
Chairman Hendrick?
Aye. Motion passes.
Thank you very much.
Appreciate it. Bringing us now to non-restricted item number 9.
Non-restricted number 9 is the application of MGM Resorts Interactive LLC for a 13th waiver of Nevada Gaming Commission Regulation 4.080 as noted on the agenda.
Morning again, Mr. Cole.
Morning, Chair Hendrick, Member Watkins, Member Assad, Madam Secretary. My name is Chandler Cole, Legal Counsel with MGM Resorts International. And by way of explanation, this is just a further extension of what has been approved previously. We thank you for your consideration for this waiver. And that's the presentation.
Gotcha. And 13th waiver is certainly getting up there when we get into double digits. Can you tell us a little bit about what MGM Resorts Interactive has planned or envisions now after asking for a 13th waiver with the business?
That's a great question. The company continues to review its opportunities to maximize shareholder profits. And I believe at this time, the company has thought maybe another year with, well, I think COVID was a big disruptor, and the expansion of race and sports in a lot of jurisdictions, and especially coinciding with that expansion of race and sports is expansion of legalized poker in a number of jurisdictions. And when a number of states pool together their player liquidity, it makes the analysis much easier. But I just don't think the company has said that right now is the right time, but maybe over the next year, more jurisdictions will join in with Nevada and the others.
Understood. And from a financial standpoint of applications, MGM Resorts Interactive believes it's a better financial decision to ask for this waiver and spend the time on that every 12 months now. It started at 6 months and now we're at 12 months rather than not seek a waiver and start the process over. I'm guessing that would be more cost prohibitive to the company.
You're correct.
Yes. Gotcha. All right. Questions from board members?
Yeah, thank you, Chairman. I concur with the chairman's concerns that there should come a point where we kind of say, enough is enough. It's going into our 11th year. And I know as a judge, we used to like to have finality with cases. Lawyers always wanted to continue a case for whatever reason, criminal or civil. And we'd like to, as a judge, kind of, put their feet to the fire and at some point say, no more continuances. As a commissioner with the NTA, same thing. We had a 120-day compliance requirement once a applicant received the license, within which that they had to comply with certain conditions. We would give 2 or 3 continuances, and then be like baseball, 3 strikes and you're out. And they would have to get their act together and come back and reapply. I understand there's a lot of money involved here when you apply for one of these. So I'm lenient and that, with respect to that issue. But I'm kind of in favor of maybe like one more and then either fish or cut bait. I don't know why they can't make a decision on this. It would be, I guess, Mr. Hornbuckle's call. Is that right?
I'm not sure exactly who would make the ultimate decision, but
Well, he's the CEO, now,
exactly.
right? He's
Yes.
the top guy. And I mean, it just seems like the company's made some bad decisions. As a former shareholder, the company seems to have made some bad decisions with respect to Springfield, Massachusetts. That operation not doing so well. The hesitation with this endeavor, and I mean, the stock price from 08 when he took over dropped from like big time. I mean, it went. Terry Lanny had it up from $7 all the way to $96.40. And then Mr. Martin comes in, the stock price drops into the low teens. I had to sell shares, of course, before taking this position, but I still keep an eye on it. And I'd love to see MGM flourish and become one of the leaders in the industry again. Macau is online. Great. I hope that's continues to be successful. But decisions like this give me pause in terms of why can't upper management or Mr. Hornbuck just make a decision after 11 years to either move forward with interactive gaming or not. So I agree with the concerns by the chair that we need to bring some finality to this within maybe one more continuance. I would be amenable to.
Okay, we appreciate that, and I'll take your concerns back to the company.
Thank you, Chairman.
Member Watkins.
Good to see you again, Mr. Oh, good morning.
Morning.
As I'm sure you've already guessed, I share the concerns of Chairman Hendrick and Judge Assad. I think the problem is that the point of the regulation or the intent of the regulation begins to become obscured when you have this many waivers. So there are concerns as it relates to the staleness of information in the original application, and also, board staff having to continue to keep track of this. I am willing to support the application today, but I just wanted to make those concerns apparent. Sorry,
Okay.
losing my voice.
Thank you. I'll take your concerns back to the company as well.
Again, I have similar concerns in the fact that getting up to a 13th waiver of Reg 4080 is a lot, and we have 2 of these matters on our agenda today. I certainly understand the business reasons for doing it, but as Member Watkins pointed out, at some point the application from November of 2012 just doesn't really suit. So if we didn't give this waiver, either the company needs to move forward or not at some point, because we're going to need to do almost an investigation again. Now, luckily, MGM Resorts is an easy application, but it would require staff to go back, as opposed to if MGM Resorts Interactive decided that they wanted to start using the license, we would have 11 years of basically, as Member Watkins pointed out, a stale application. So I'm of similar view. I don't know if I would say that I'm only agreeable to one more, but I certainly would want, if we come back in a year, to hear the reason why. Would we be asked again for a waiver, as opposed to we want to decide from MGM Resorts Interactive to either move forward with the business or not at that point. So that's where I'm personally at. If there's no other questions or comments from board members, I would entertain a motion on non-restricted item number 9.
I'm happy. Sorry, I'm happy to make that motion, Chair. I move to recommend approval of non-restricted item number 9 as read into the record by Secretary Rupert pursuant to the following condition. The waiver of the provision of Nevada Gaming Commission Regulation 4.080 in conjunction with the approval granted in November 2012 shall expire on the date of the regularly scheduled Nevada Gaming Commission meeting in April 2024.
Great. Madam Secretary.
Member Assad?
Aye.
Member Watkins?
Aye.
Chairman Hendrick?
Aye. Motion passes. Thank you very much, Mr. Pohl.
Thank you, and I'd like to voice my pleasure with working with Agent Park. She was great on this.
Perfect.
Thank you.
Thank you. Bringing us now to non-restricted item number 10, Madam Secretary.
Non-restricted number 10 is the application of Z4 Poker LLC doing business as Z4 for a 13th waiver of Nevada Gaming Commission Regulation 4.080 as noted on the agenda.
Good morning, Mr. Light.
Good morning, Chair Hendrick, Member Watkins, Member Assad, and Madam Secretary. For the record, my name is Glenn Light with the law firm Lewis Roker, and I'm appearing here today on behalf of Z4 Poker. I'm joined at the podium by Eric Colvin, who is a founder and the Chief Technology Officer. To start, we would like to thank you for allowing us to appear via video from Las Vegas, and we'd also like to thank Agent Tina Logan for her work on this application. She is a credit to the board. By way of background, Z4 Poker is a family operation. It was founded by Eric and David Colvin, and the Colvins also founded Gaming Arts, which is a leading provider in Nevada and elsewhere of electronic gaming machines, bingo, and keno. So Z4 Poker is licensed in Nevada as an interactive gaming service provider. However, as Eric will elaborate, the company is focused on growing its social gaming operations today. Accordingly, we are here to request an additional waiver of Reg 4080 in connection with Z4 Poker's interactive manufacturer and distributor licenses. With your permission, Mr. Colvin does have a short affirmative presentation on the status of the company's social gaming operations and the steps that are being taken to activate the interactive manufacturer and distributor licenses.
Thank you. We'd enjoy hearing that. Good morning, Mr. Colvin.
Good morning, Chairman Hendrick, Member Assad, Member Watkins, and Madam Secretary. My name is Eric Colvin. I am the Chief Technology Officer and co-founder of Z4 Poker. Thank you for the opportunity to appear virtually for you today. We understand that a significant number of extensions has been granted to Z4, and I want to provide some remarks as to our progress and the rationale for the delayed entry to market. Over the last several years, we've made significant progress in approaching real money online poker. Our company's free-to-play product, HD Poker, has been in the marketplace since 2018 and has been growing significantly. In terms of where the game stands today, the current database of players is approximately 1.5 million players. Daily active users is about 15,000, and monthly is about 75,000. And in January of this year, we released the game on Mac OS. In recent months, the company has achieved a break-even financial situation, and we're optimistic that the KPIs will continue to grow month over month. Primary reason Z4 has not submitted its platform to the lab is engineering related. The company hit a significant setback in 2021 when Adobe discontinued its Flash platform, which was the foundation of our software. And we made the decision some time ago that the best course of action would be to undergo a complete rewrite that would give us a tech stack that would more or less stand the test of time. So the game has been completely rewritten in HTML5, and while this game rewrite has been going on, we've been continuing to develop the game in terms of its feature set and its player base. Over the last couple of years, we've been focusing on things like multi-table tournaments and other, must-have features, I guess you will, that operators are looking for. In the last 12 months, the company has nearly tripled revenue. And this has just been largely attributed to a lot of hard work and marketing efforts and kind of an all-around, uh, you know, effort in order to bolster the platform and get things in line and finally reach break even. Speaking with potential operators, another reason why Z4 has not attempted to enter the marketplace is just, as I mentioned, we were not feature complete. Operators are really not interested in entering the marketplace with a product that doesn't meet and basically tick all the boxes. You have to have multi-table tournaments. You have to have certain features that the online poker community deems as sort of must-haves. Z4 Poker's new software client written in HTML5 is really impressive. It's highly performant. It takes care of a lot of the issues that the current software has in terms of limitations on how many tables you can run at once and different features again that provide a entertaining and a modern experience. Z4 remains dedicated to launching a real money product in Nevada, and we aim to be in the lab by the second quarter of next year. Worth mentioning as well is that in the past, we were somewhat concerned about the liquidity problem. Obviously, poker being a game that requires a lot of players and liquidity, we're happy to say that the current state of the market seems very, very good. Online poker in general has been exploding over the last couple of years online, and we've seen overseas as well with GG Poker, for example, renewed interest. A lot more players are coming online, and here in the States with the interstate compacts that are coming online, this is all very, very good news for us. So we feel like the time is right now. To date, we've invested over $30 million in our online platform, and we believe it's going to be best in class. In sum, the company is extremely optimistic both on its own poker product in Nevada and remains dedicated to supplying operators with its online platform. Thank you for your time, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Colvin. I appreciate that summary, and you answered one of my questions. I was interested in your thoughts on liquidity of online poker and kind of the status of the industry in general. And I appreciate your optimism. I'm glad to hear that. And I also appreciate you summarizing why Z4 is asking, as you heard earlier, for a 13th waiver. The number of waivers is getting up pretty high when you get into double digits. But your background explanation was very helpful for me to understand that. Are there questions or comments from board members?
Thank you, Chairman. You indicated, you mentioned the interstate compact, Nevada, and there's what, 3 or 4 other jurisdictions that have that compact with Nevada. Do you know offhand who those are? New Jersey,
Yeah,
I believe, is one.
That's correct, Judge. I believe the current state is New Jersey, Nevada, Michigan, Pennsylvania, and Delaware.
And then you also mentioned that online poker is exploding the last couple of years. So, I mean, I guess that begs the question, why won't you jump in with both feet?
Sure. Well, just a little bit background. Back when we started this company was, over 10 years ago. And at that time, my father and I, we owned a casino in Reno, the Sienna Hotel Spa Casino. And our business plan at the time was to also operate our own software. At the time, all of the analysts remarked that poker was going to be bigger than ever when it came out in Nevada, really since Black Friday in 2010, we have not really seen the resurgence of online poker. It's taken a long time, and I think one of the driving factors was actually COVID. Everyone being at home, really started the ball turning again, and now we're seeing that whether you look at social media or YouTube, or streaming and influencers, all these different things kind of added together. We're seeing just in terms of statistics and numbers, massive growth and excitement. Yeah, in terms of us jumping in with both feet, we've been trying to jump in with both feet for 10 years. So yeah, the software is really the driving factor. And we're a small company. This rewrite I mentioned has been costly. Also, um, in terms of launching a product and doing it right, I think it's very important. We wouldn't want to do like a soft launch. We would want to come out with a big bang. Yeah, we would in terms of getting the software through the lab, not to get too technical, but in terms of our engineering setup, it's very difficult because basically we have a mobile platform and then we have a desktop platform, which used to be a web platform as well. And unfortunately, that means designing, developing, QAing, and supporting in production, everything double. In this case, it's going to be triplicate as we phase in our HTML5 platform. And then it's going to basically, everything will transition. So our mobile, our desktop, and our web platform will all be on the same code base. And that will allow us to more expeditiously enter the lab.
So how confident are you with the rewrite to the HTML5?
I'm very confident with the new software. It's powerful. It's a visual upgrade. It's got a lot of things going for it. Additionally, we've got kind of some of the work necessary for GLI 19 and Regulation 6A already done in terms of security and making sure that the platform is secure in terms of scanning the computer for potentially malicious or nefarious, I guess you would call it, software in terms of being able to bot the site or being able to VPN in. So we have been making progress in that regard.
And I'm sure you heard the last discussion with MGM item number 9. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
So you're aware of our concerns with this being the 13th waiver?
Yes, sir. Absolutely. I would just remark that, with Z4, we do have a product out there. We've been steadily working on the software, and we do have a large number of dollars invested in the platform. So we are certainly committed, and we understand your concerns. And hopefully, this time next year, we'll be close to being in the lab.
You think you can get it done within a year?
It's going to be tight. The existing software that is out there on the social platforms needs to be completely replaced. So we're probably, I would say, within a month to 3 months out from replacing our desktop software, and then probably another couple months in order to replace the mobile software. And after that, then our full dedication will be to getting the software in the lab for real money.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate your answers.
Watkins?
Many of my questions have been answered by this discussion. I appreciate your thorough affirmative presentation. That was very helpful. I'll just reiterate the same concerns that you heard as to item number 9 and that you've heard already from the other board members. And that's with regard to granting another 13th waiver and staleness of information and board resources. So with that, I'm happy to move forward with the application today, but I wanted you to know those concerns.
Mr. Colvin, I did want to tell you that I was happy to see and commend you on the fact that you activated the interactive gaming service provider license about a year ago. So happy to see you do that, and congratulations on moving that step forward. As far as the rewrite from the Adobe platform to the HTML5, are you doing that in-house at the company, or do you have third parties providers also writing code?
Thank you, Chairman. It's entirely in-house.
How many people do you have working on?
6.
Great. I didn't have any other questions. You've heard the concerns from all the board members on item number 9, as well as your item. I think they're a little bit different in terms of the factual circumstances. So I have no trouble supporting this, other than the fact that, as I mentioned earlier, we're on the 13th waiver. And so things are becoming quite stale from the original time that the application was filed. I would entertain a motion on this unless there's other comments or questions from board members.
Chair, I move to recommend the approval of non-restricted item number 10 as read into the record by Secretary Rupert pursuant to the following condition. The waiver of provisions of Nevada Gaming Commission Regulation 4.080 in connection with the approvals granted in November 2012 for licensor as a manufacturer of an interactive gaming system and a distributor interactive gaming system only shall expire on the date of the regularly scheduled Nevada Gaming Commission meeting in April 2024.
Very good, Madam Secretary.
Member Assad?
Aye.
Member Watkins?
Aye.
Chairman Hendrick?
Aye. Motion passes. Good luck to you, Mr. Colvin. Thank you, Mr. Light.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. So with that, Madam Secretary, I believe that concludes our non-restricted agenda items for today. Our agenda indicates that the board will consider today's restricted items starting at 1:30. We were trying to leave enough time for everybody to have lunch, but the board is doing very well today. So we left a lot of time for lunch, and we will be in recess until 1:30 when we come back for our restricted agenda. Thank you all. That clock's a little slow. All right. You okay? All right. Good afternoon, everyone. We are back on the record for our 1:30 calendar. Our first item of business this afternoon is consideration of the matters on our restricted consent agenda. The board's investigation agents have worked up detailed on files of each of these agenda items, and the reports have been submitted to board members. No areas of interest or concern were uncovered during the investigations. Because I'm not aware of any questions or concerns or issues to be raised on any of these items, appearances by the respective applicants were waived for attendance at this meeting. Madam Secretary, please read into the record the items on today's restricted consent agenda.
Restricted number 5 is the application of Shortline Gaming LLC, doing business as Shortline Gaming, doing business at Henderson Petromart for a restricted gaming license. Restricted number 6 is the application of United Coin Machine Company, doing business as Century Gaming Technologies, doing business at Game Bird Circle K for a restricted gaming license. Restricted number 7 is the application of United Coin Machine Company, doing business as Century Gaming Technologies, doing business at 7-Eleven store number 41354 for a restricted gaming license. Restricted number 8 is the application of United Coin Machine Company, doing business as Century Gaming Technologies, doing business at Z's Supermarket for a restricted gaming license. Restricted number 10 is the application of Sartini Gaming LLC, doing business at Crazy Corner Saloon for a restricted gaming license.
Thank you, Madam Secretary. Are there any discussion or questions by board members on any of these consent agenda items?
None for me, Chair.
And neither do I.
All right, then would either of my colleagues care to make a motion on the consent agenda?
I'll make that motion. I move to recommend approval of restricted item numbers 5, 6, 7, 8, and 10 pursuant to the following conditions. As to item number 6, the surveillance system and/or mirror must be inspected and approved by the Nevada Gaming Control Board Enforcement Division within 60 days of issuance of the state gaming license and thereafter be maintained at or above the standard that is approved. As to item number 8, a full-time attendant, age 21 or older, must be on duty at all times. The machines are available to the public for play.
All right, thank you, Madam Secretary.
Member Assad?
Aye.
Member Watkins?
Aye.
Chair Hendrick?
Aye, the motion passes. Madam Secretary, that brings us now to restricted items held out for discussion. And I believe the first is restricted number 1, if you'd read that into the record.
Restricted number 1 are the applications of S&P Gaming, Inc. for transfers of securities as noted on the agenda. It is also the applications of Peter Lusich III and Diane Lusich for licensure as a shareholder as noted on the agenda.
Thank you. Is there someone appearing on this restricted item number 1? Yes, please step forward and state your name and spell it for the record.
My name is Peter Lusich, Lusich III.
Thank you.
Diane Lusich, Lusich.
Thank you. Good morning. We have the investigative report along with the applications on this matter. Is there anything you want to tell the board?
No, I believe it was all written down and explained fairly well by the agent.
Okay, appreciate that. Do we have questions from either board member or comments regarding this application?
Yes. So it looks like there were some areas of concern. Do you all have an affirmative presentation and want to address that affirmatively?
I'm sorry, a concern about what now?
About violations as it relates to your requirement to have prior approval?
Yes. Well, ignorance is no excuse. But even though we've had a license for 30 years, restricted license, a non-restricted license for 30 years, we'd never been involved before with a restricted license. And we found ourselves in an awkward situation where we weren't able to pay the bills, and we were forced to relieve the managing director who was also an owner in the company of his position, and then take control of the finances. And in the process, there was a secondary situation that made it even more convoluted. We had lent him money for a house that he purchased in Jerome, Idaho. And he was in default of that, as well as all of the payments were about 3 months late. And when we closed an escrow on a C-store that we had in Carlin, Nevada, the down payment was supposed to be $500,000. And that's when we first found out we had a problem, because at that point, there was only $318,000. So we found out at that point that we were in arrears at least 6 months, if not more, with just about every purveyor that was doing business with us, from IGT to Coca-Cola to DirecTV to our rent. So we took aggressive action. In that taking of aggressive action, I think we lost a little track of exactly the proper procedure of going. By the time it settled down and we realized what had happened, we filed an application and went from there.
And so, are you saying that you weren't aware prior to the disposition that approval was required, or are you saying you forgot, or I'm just trying to understand better what your line of thinking was?
It's a combination of both. When we found out we were in financial trouble and we had to do something to straighten the ship out, so to speak, we at that point made a decision. And at that point, it didn't cross our minds that we were in violation because of the fact that
okay,
we just weren't aware at that particular moment when we found out that, again, had a license for many years, but didn't cross our mind that changing ownerships in that way, where everything was exactly static, the same as it was, would be a violation. And again, ignorance is no excuse. I'm just saying that's how it happened.
So you were, if I'm understanding correctly, what you're saying is that you were just kind of distracted by the urgency of the issue. With that, does that represent what you're
and the financial
okay
implications as well? Yes.
So you're aware that there were multiple violations. Is that correct?
There were 2, as to my knowledge.
Well, there were, I think there were 4 technically
Okay.
Violations, and they related to the fact that you didn't receive prior approval, but also to the fact that I believe there were changes made on the Secretary of State website, and also improper Form 9s.
Correct.
Okay.
And the Form 9 was just a little bit of a catch-22, so to speak. When we did the original one in 2000, there was no problem because that was accurate. When we did the next one the next year, we'd already filed for an application. So now we have the situation that we can change, but we haven't been given the approval from the Nevada Gaming Control Board. Everybody knew, I shouldn't say everybody, but people were aware that we had filed an application. And so it was a matter of changing the I-9 or not changing the I-9. But at that point, everybody was aware that we were changing, that we had committed a violation.
Okay.
Did you ask the board agents how you should fill that out, knowing what you just said? Fill out that Form 9?
It's a bit of an ongoing situation. The agents told me this year that we should have changed it, but that comes in April, and I had just done it the other way. So 2 years in a row, I'm in violation of the I-9, but in both cases, we were waiting for the game to come in front of the agenda to get approved.
Did you have legal counsel draft up the stock purchase and payment agreement, or is that something that you did on your own?
No, that was totally done with an attorney.
Who was that attorney?
Well, for the house in Jerome, Idaho, is Jeff Rolig, who's out of Twin Falls, Idaho. And for the Nevada Gaming Control Board situation was Robert Wines out of Elko, Nevada.
The actual stock purchase and payment agreement, did you have gaming counsel review that? This was the document dated on 31st of July, 2020, where you actually talk about selling the percentage of interest, actually buying the percentage of interest back from Mr. O'Ray.
The attorney drew that up, Robert Wines.
Do you recall on your stock certificates, did you actually re-sign the stock certificates? Did you have physical stock certificates that you took from Mr. O'Ray?
We could not find them. So
that was my next question is, do you know on those stock certificates, it actually has language on there that specifically says you can't transfer, sale, encumber these stock certificates without approval of the Nevada Gaming Commission? I guess you wouldn't because you can't find them, right?
Correct.
No, gotcha. Right. Member Watkins, do you have other questions?
No, I do not. Thank you.
Judge Assad, questions?
Yes, thank you, Chairman. Thank you, Mr. and Mrs. Losich. If you could just, well, first of all, let me ask you this. Who owned the other 50%?
The
stock?
Originally,
Yeah.
Diane owned 12.5%.
You had 12.5%. Mr. Murray had 25.
And
who had the other 50%?
Our son
Your son.
had 25%, and Judy Hott had 25%.
And so you lend Mr. Murray $350,000 to buy a house.
Correct.
He defaults on how many payment? Well, how much money had he paid you before he defaulted?
Well, he made payments for about a year, and he went in default, so we started foreclosure on that.
What was the balance left?
At that particular, well, there's two different things here. The first one, he went in default, but he wanted to keep the house. That is how we got into purchasing his stock back. Then after that, and he got caught up, then he went back into default and foreclosing on it at that time. But then a white knight showed up and bought the house and cleared up everybody's outstanding.
And that's how you get to the 25,497.
Yes.
That was the balance owed by Mr. Murray.
At that point in time, because as I said, that cleared everything up. But then after that, he went in default again. And that's when it went into foreclosure. But somebody came and bought the house.
And it was brought up the rump session yesterday that we do have classes for non-restricted applications, licensees. Maybe it would be a good idea to try to have some type of classes for restricted applicants as well. It sounds like you could have used some guidance. I guess you were doing most of this without an attorney, though?
No, when we found out we had a problem, then we got an attorney also.
Right, but I mean, before that point.
Yes, that's correct.
Once you realized you had a problem, then you got the attorney, but that was a little late.
Yes.
So I guess the only other question I have is, what do you have any recommendations or proposals or suggestions on how to make amends here? I mean, we do have to kind of hold people accountable for violations of NRS 463.50 and Reg 8.050.
Recommendation, that would be very interesting. We are actually have been in the trade for 50 years. And we're trying to retire. So it's interesting, outside in the lobby while I was waiting to come in here, our other property that was a non-restricted license. They just sent me the not cancellation, but the surrender notice that it just happened an hour ago. So that was our other property. And so as soon as we sell this one, which is in escrow right now, and it has to do with Century Gaming getting a license, then we're out of the trade. We're out of the business. To answer your question, I really can't tell you that.
Well, I stand corrected. We do have classes for restricted. So if you want to stay in the business, maybe take that class.
If I stay in the business, I will, I promise.
All right. Thank you. That's all.
Walk me through the scenario you just said again. So your non-restricted location, you have one non-restricted location,
In, that's
Carlin?
Jackpot.
Jackpot.
Mhm.
And that has been surrendered now?
I just got the letter an hour ago.
Okay. And so then you have only left the one restricted location in Spring Creek?
Correct.
And it's your intent to sell that, and you're saying it's in escrow right now?
And
Any idea when that process may close?
that has to do with the Nevada Gaming Control Board.
That's what I was expecting you to say. You're going to ask me when you expect it to close.
You can do that next month. You'll make me
Okay.
happy.
Well, that I'm following up on the line of questions from member Assad that I was thinking it would be a great condition to add to this that you attend the restricted licensee kind of tutorial class that the board offers for anybody who's a new restricted location. You've been in a non-restricted location for a long time, but it certainly isn't bad to have a refresher course with the fact that you are getting out of the non-restricted business and your intent is to get out of the restricted business. Maybe my mind's a little bit changed on that, but I may have to take you for your word on if let me think about this. If the process for you selling this current location for restricted takes more than let's say 6 months between us as friends here, I would expect that you would take the restricted course. What's the title of that course? Do you know, Chief Hoff?
I don't know the exact title, but the way you're stating.
Yeah, it's offered by the board. It's a restricted course that we would ask both of you to attend, and other board members may actually make that a condition on the license. It's going to be very wordy if they do, but I would say if you continue in the restricted business, there's just a lot going on that you need to be aware of as licensees. Now let's get to the bad news. As Judge Assad was mentioning, and Member Assad and Member Watkins both mentioned, there's multiple violations of the Gaming Control Act. It's our responsibility as a board to be sure that the properly processed and followed regulations and statutes are done. So I would request that we refer this matter to the Attorney General's office and it be considered for disciplinary action. Let me tell you the good news. That doesn't mean that it's not as bad as it sounds, but there will be probably a complaint filed. And what it ends up being is that there has to be a resolution of that. And it's usually handled through a settlement. That's up to you, up to the board members on what happens, but usually it's a fine that happens. And this, you're not the first group that this has happened to, but with 4 violations, I would be in support of at least looking at that. And then we'll deal with that down the road. That doesn't have to do with your application today. So if there's any other comments or questions, we'd entertain those now. Otherwise, I would take a motion. And if you want to condition the license that they take the restricted class, that would be fine. Otherwise, we can just say that they're offering us as good people of the state of Nevada that they would do that if we haven't done it in the next 6 months. I'm fine either way.
I'm happy to I'm happy to condition license. I think the education would be helpful.
Good. I'd support that, Judge.
Yes, I'm in agreement as well.
How long do you think in order to do that? The courses are offered, I believe, every couple of months. So
Yeah, the title of the course is Restricted Licensee Compliance Seminar. And it's offered by the Tax and License Division.
Okay. You got that? Maybe give them within the next 60 days.
I think it's only offered twice a year. Does that sound right, Nathan? Oh, maybe it's quarterly.
Maybe 90 days from the commission meeting.
But Chair, Chair, I wanted to ask if you wanted to include the condition that you mentioned that if it's not sold in the next 6 months.
I think that's fair. Let's see if we can craft this here on the fly. I would say that it be conditioned that they take the restricted, tell me again, Chief,
Licensee compliance seminar.
restricted licensee compliance seminar within 90 days of this month's commission meeting, unless the sale of this property occurs prior to.
Okay.
Yeah, the next class is June 13th.
Yeah.
In Las
Certainly
Vegas.
within 90 days. And the classes, I believe, are offered via online, so you don't have to go somewhere to do it. You can sit in the comfort of your home or your office and watch it. Very, very helpful. Again, understanding that you've been in the industry for a long time certainly never hurts to have a refresher course on the law.
If I might,
Yes,
Mr.
please.
Chair, perhaps you could make it upon commission approval of the sale rather than just sale. It's more a concrete date.
Yes. You want to give us the wording of that?
I will do my best. The condition would be, and this would probably be placed on the approvals of Mr. Lusich III and Ms. Lusich as shareholders, since, and also, yeah, everything else is a transfer, so it would have to be hung on those two approvals. And it would be, they shall take the restricted licensee compliance seminar within 90 days of the regularly scheduled April Nevada Gaming Commission meeting, unless the commission approves the sale of S&P Gaming Incorporated prior to the expiration of that 90-day period.
That sounds good to me.
To me as well, can I incorporate by reference rather than restating?
Yes, I'm not sure I could remember it to write it down.
Good. Good.
That's why you get paid the big bucks, Joe.
Do we need to break up the motions then, or can we still handle all the applications at one time with that condition on the licensure as shareholders?
I think you could do it exactly as you just stated.
You have that, Member Watkins?
So breaking it up or not breaking
No,
it?
I think you can keep it all the same with the condition
Okay.
on the applications for licensure as shareholders of both Mr. Peter Lusich III and Miss Diane Lusich.
Okay. So I move to recommend approval of restricted item number 1 as read into the record by Secretary Bell, conditioned as noted by Attorney John McKellar on the record. Is that sufficient?
With the addition that the condition is hung on the two shareholder applications.
With the addition that the condition is hung on the 2 shareholder applications.
Very good. Madam Secretary, do you have all that?
I do.
Good. All right. Call the roll on the motion.
Member Assad?
Aye.
Member Watkins?
Aye.
Chair Hendrick?
Aye. The motion passes. Do you understand what we just did?
I believe.
Okay, good. So there will still be obviously a commission meeting in a couple of weeks that I believe it would be in your best interest to show up in person unless you're allowed to not be there. But I would encourage you to be there in person. They will hear this matter and it will, as stated, it'll ask you to go see this restricted licensee compliance seminar via online, as I said, within 90 days of the commission meeting, unless the sale has happened before that time. And then the disciplinary matter, the board will consider that. And as I said, that is not earth shattering, especially in fact that if you're selling the business, that may be in your favor. But we'll let you, the Attorney General's office, deal with that in the next few weeks.
Thank you.
We appreciate you being here, and we appreciate you being involved in the business for so long. We understand circumstances happen, and we wish you the best of luck.
Thank you.
Chairman, just a point of inquiry. I believe the commission meeting is in Las Vegas in a couple of weeks.
That's correct. Week after next.
Very
Is
good
it
point. So
possible for them to appear here by video or?
that'll be up to the chair of the gaming commission, but you can certainly request that. And you can talk to the agents who are here, but what you would be requesting is that you'd be allowed to appear here as they are doing in Las Vegas today, rather than having to travel down to Las Vegas.
Wonderful. Thank you for your consideration.
That'll be up to the chair of the gaming commission, though. That's not my decision, but you can certainly ask.
Yeah, I can hear it. No, we'll figure it out. Thank you
All good?
so much for your time.
Thank you both for appearing. Have a good day.
Thank you.
Madam Secretary, that brings us to restricted item number 2.
Restricted number 2 is the application of Last Hand Gaming LLC to issue membership interest as noted on the agenda. It is also the application of Martin Lara for licensure as a member and manager as noted on the agenda. You also have the application by Martin Lara to pledge his membership interest in Last Hand Gaming LLC in conjunction with a promissory note.
Good afternoon, gentlemen. Oh, we must have an audio problem. Hold on one second. We're not able to hear you. Try it again.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, members of the board, Madam Secretary Jeff Donato, D-O-N-A-T-O, here on behalf of the applicant. And joining me today is the applicant, Mr. Laura. Mr. Chairman, with your permission, I'd like to give just a brief overview of the application and then give the applicant some time to give some information about himself, and then we'd be here to answer any questions that you may have.
That's great. Thank you.
Bear with me, I'm just getting over being sick, so I think Member Watkins maybe has the same thing that I have, but I'm gonna try to get through this. The location is an existing tavern known as Lucky Joe Saloon that currently has 15 gaming machines. The location is owned and operated by Last Hand Gaming LLC, and there are currently 2 members, each holding 50% interest in the company. If the transfer of interest application is approved, the 2 existing members' interest in the company would be diluted from 50-50 to 33 1/3% each, and the remaining 33 1/3% would be issued to Mr. Laura as a third member of the company. In addition, Mr. Laura would be added as a co-manager of the company. Lastly, a portion of the consideration for the transfer of interest is deriving from a promissory note being carried by the company, and Mr. Laura is pledging his membership interest in the company as security under the note. In December of 2022, Mr. Laura did attend and complete the restricted compliance licensee seminar, and we provided a copy of the attendance certificate to the agent. And with that, we'll have Mr. Laura provide some information about himself.
Good afternoon,
Thank you.
Chairman and board members. My name is Martin Laura. I was born in Mexico. When I was 3 years old, my parents brought me to the United States. We first resided in San Bernardino, California. And when I was 8 years old, my parents moved our family to Las Vegas, Nevada, where I was raised. I attended elementary school, middle school, and high school here. I went to Clark High School. After graduating from Clark High, I went to UNLV, where I pursued my bachelor's degree in business administration, focusing in accounting. So I received my accounting degree. After graduation, I ended up started working for a marketing company before entering the gaming business. And right after that, when I entered the gaming was in 2011. I started working for the El Cortez Hotel and Casino in downtown. I started working there in 2011 as an assistant controller in the accounting, but I actually covered a lot more than just accounting. And I started learning a lot about the gaming industry. And that's where I actually met Alan Woody. He was the CFO there, and he is one of the partners of Last Hand Gaming. He kind of mentored me and kind of showed me some of the business. And while I was there, as my interest in gaming grew, also my interest in education grew. I actually pursued a master's degree, MBA from the Louisiana State University of Shreveport. with the focus of hospitality and gaming. And from my years, I worked for Allen Woody and the El Cortez for about 10 years. And I got recruited by a company out in California, a tribal casino, for to become the director of finance. I did that about 16 months, and while building a relationship with people in Nevada and the gaming industry, Tim Brooks from the Emerald Island Casino, we reconnected as he currently acquired the Rainbow Club Casino, and he needed some help managing those properties. So I came back as his chief financial officer, which I'm currently working as. But throughout those friendship years that I did with Alan Woody, the opportunity opened up to become partners with him in this property, and that's where we're here today.
Very good. Thank you. Mr. Donato?
We're here to answer any questions you may have, Mr. Chairman.
All right. Questions or comments from the board members?
Thank you all for being here. And Mr. When were you at the El Cortez?
I was there from 2011 to 2020.
Oh, was that Mr. Epstein? Was he the owner at that time?
Yes, Kenny.
Epstein?
Yes,
You learned a lot from him, I'm sure.
I did. I also had the privilege to learn from Mr. Gon as well. Mr. Gon was there when I first started. He was still around.
And your application, everything here is pretty straightforward. I just want to commend you for doing everything the right way. You're going to be an inspiration for other people of color. So good luck.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr.
Member Watkins, questions?
I don't have any questions or concerns. Good luck. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Laura, I wanted to ask you, with taking over this new role, will you be leaving your current position at Emerald Island?
I will not. I do plan on being at the Emerald Island, but I know there's added responsibilities with this new role, and I'm there to assist the current manager we have and the rest of the owners as well.
And at this location, will you be there on a daily basis?
Not on a daily basis. I'll be in contact with our manager as needed and be there as needed.
Gotcha. How much are you expecting that to be? I'm understanding a little bit of that's crystal ball looking into the future, but how much do you expect to be actually involved in the daily operations on site?
My estimate on when thinking about the question, I would say about 20 hours a month.
And is there an office outside of this location that you would also be doing part of your responsibilities, or will everything be on site at the Last Hand Gaming LLC, Lucky Joe's?
Currently, Mr. Woody does the accounting, and it's our plan. One of our plans to transition that accounting over to me, but that will be done off-site. That will be done at home.
Thank you. I didn't have any other questions. Appreciate your application and your work with board agents on getting all your materials in. If there's no other questions or comments, I would take a motion on restricted item number 2.
You want me to save your voice? I would move to recommend approval of restricted item number 2 as read into the record by Secretary Rupert.
Madam Secretary.
Member Assad?
Aye.
Member Watkins?
Aye.
Chairman Hendrick?
Aye. Motion passes. Good luck to you.
Thank you. Thank you for your time today.
Thank
We'd also
you.
like to thank Agent Rivas for all her work during the application process as well.
Thank you, Mr. Donato. Brings us to restricted item number 3.
Restricted number 3 is the application of M&S Investment LLC doing business as Mad Mike's Bar and Grill for a restricted gaming license, and the application of Michael Reiger for licensure as a member and manager.
Good afternoon. Please state your appearances for the record.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, members of the board, Madam Secretary Jeff Donato, DONATO, here with the applicant, Mr. Reiger. Again, Mr. Chairman, with your permission, just give a quick overview of this application. Have the applicant provide some information about himself, and then we'll be here to answer any questions that you may have.
Yes, please proceed.
Thank you. This location is an existing tavern known as Mad Mike's Bar and Grill in Mesquite, Nevada, that currently does not have any gaming. The location is owned and operated by M&S Investment LLC, and Mr. Reiger is the sole member and manager of the company. If the application is approved, M&S would hold the restricted gaming license for the location and will have 15 gaming machines. Although the restricted gaming license would be held by M&S, the location has entered into a participation agreement for Century Gaming to be the slot route operator at the location. In February of 2023, the applicant did attend and complete the restricted compliance licensee seminar, and we did provide a copy of that to the agent. And with that, we'll have Mr. Reiger provide some information about himself.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Mr. Reiger.
I was born and raised in Las Vegas. I completed elementary school, middle school, and graduated from VOTech here in Las Vegas, and moved on to actually working construction work with my dad. And then I opened up a concrete company. And then after a divorce and a slowdown in Vegas, I went ahead and opened up a handyman business, and then I got into the bar business. I have a girlfriend of 19 years, and she was actually a bartender and manager. So that's what got me into the bar business.
Got you. Thank you. We have questions or comments from board members.
No, thank you, Chairman. It's pretty straightforward. Agent, hope I pronounce this correctly, Martirosian did a really good job of just laying it out. So I have no questions or concerns.
Great. Member Watkins?
None for me either.
I see that you were at Southern Nevada VOTech for, was it 7 years? Was that, did they have junior high back at VOTech at that point?
No, sir. That was just 10th grade through 12th grade. So they just taught you a vocation. I took auto body, so did that and achieved all my classes as needed.
Gotcha. Thank you. And you're, I understand, at this location between 5 to 8 hours a day. Is that correct?
Yes.
Who is the manager on site or assistant manager while you're not there?
That's Shauna Oliver. That's my girlfriend.
Gotcha. And will you continue to have your other business while this one is now full-time, assuming that you get approval for this gaming application? Will you still have a side business or another business as well?
I'll do the handyman business for the elderly people out there that need light bulbs changed and air filters changed for a few hours a day, but it'll be more full-time work at the bar.
Gotcha. All right. Tell me a little bit how's the business doing? You've been open now, operating it for about, has it been 2 years without gaming? Is that correct?
Yes.
And how's it doing?
It's doing fantastic.
Yeah, good. That's great to hear.
Yeah.
Hopefully it'll do better once you get gaming in there as well. How's the status of business out in Mesquite in general? Business pretty well all across town?
It's super good. A lot of local people are supporting us, and it's just it's a nice little homey local bar, and everyone, they enjoy coming there.
Great.
So that's why I wanted to add the game to there.
Yeah. Good. Thank you. I didn't have any other questions. If there's no other questions or comments from the board, I would entertain a motion on restricted item number, what are we?
3.
3. Thank you.
I would move, thank you, Chairman. I would move to recommend approval of restricted item number 3 as read into the record by Secretary Rupert.
Madam Secretary.
Member Assad?
Aye.
Member Watkins? Chairman Hendrick?
Aye. Motion passes. Good luck to you. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Have a good afternoon.
Thank you. I'd like to thank Marta Rosen as well for her work during the application process.
Great. Thank you, Mr. Donato. Brings us to restricted item number 4, Madam Secretary.
Restricted number 4 is the application of United Coin Machine Company doing business as Century Gaming Technologies, doing business at 7-Eleven store number 29932 for restricted gaming license. It is also the application of Lucero Enterprises, Inc. to receive a percentage of gaming revenue from United Coin Machine Company doing business as Century Gaming Technologies, doing business at 7-Eleven store number 29932. It is also the applications of Kevin Lucero and Diana Lucero as officers, directors, trustees, and beneficiaries as noted on the agenda. You also have the application of the Lucero Family Trust for registration as a holding company. Finally, you have the application of the Lucero Family Trust for licensure as a shareholder as noted on the agenda.
Great. Thank you. Please state, let's start here in Carson City. State your name and spell your last name for the record, please.
Good afternoon, Chair Hendrick, members of the board, Madam Secretary. My name is Debbie Cornine, Cornine. I am Director of Compliance for Century Gaming Technologies. And with me is Jeff Donato in Vegas. And with your permission, he is also joined with Kevin and Diana Lucero. They are the business operators for store number 29932, the application before you. With your permission, I believe Mr. Donato has a brief affirmative presentation that he would like to give you to walk us through some of the difficulties of this application.
Great. Yes. Thank you, Ms. Cornine. Mr. Donato, please go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Since approximately 2007, Mr. and Mrs. Lucero have franchised and operated 7-Eleven store number 29932 in their individual names. In conjunction therewith, Mr. and Mrs. Lucero currently hold the licenses for the store, including the restricted gaming license. Although Mr. and Mrs. Lucero currently hold the gaming license for the store, they still use Century Gaming as their slot route operator. In approximately 1991, and before the Luceros franchised the store, the original landlord created gaming rights for the premises pursuant to the lease agreement and in compliance with Reg 3.012. In 2012, the original landlord sold the property. However, that original landlord carved out and reserved any and all gaming rights for the premises. In 2015, the original landlord then sold and assigned the gaming rights to Lucero Enterprises, Inc., which is owned by Mr. and Mrs. Lucero's trust. Since that time, Lucero Enterprises, Inc. has held the gaming rights for the premises and has been a landlord receiving fixed monthly rent for only that portion of the premises where the gaming is being conducted. Currently, Mr. and Mrs. Lucero are the gaming licensee and they participate in the gaming revenue with CGT as the SRO. In turn, Mr. and Mrs. Lucero pay to Lucero Enterprises, Inc. a monthly fixed rent for the gaming area. If the applications before you are approved, however, CGT will become the gaming licensee and Lucero Enterprises, Inc. would then share in gaming revenue as a landlord of the gaming rights for the premises. These changes are being made in preparation of Mr. and Mrs. Lucero selling the store, which is currently on the market. If the store is sold, CGT would remain the gaming licensee and Lucero Enterprises, Inc. would remain the gaming rights holder and continue to share in gaming revenue. And with that, we're here to answer any questions that you may have.
Thank you, Mr. Donato. Did you have anything else, Ms. Cornine?
No, I think I completely understand the transaction. More importantly, my finance department understands the transaction.
Good, yeah.
So we know that our sharing of revenue will be with Lucero Enterprises.
Good, thank you. And I appreciate the explanation by Mr. Donato. There is a number of applications involved in this particular restricted item, and having you walk through them was helpful for me. Obviously, the board agents understood it intricately well and provided to us all of that information in the investigative report. So thank you for that. Are there any questions or comments from board members?
No, I'm satisfied. Agent Jones did a good job, and also, John, you have a letter in here, I believe, also.
Yes, I did look at this for the.
So yeah, I'm satisfied. It's somewhat complicated, but I think we can manage through it.
Very good. Member Watkins?
Yes, I had an opportunity to review and understand application, and I don't have any questions or concerns.
Very good. If you didn't have anything else, we will entertain a motion on restricted agenda item number 4.
Yes, thank you, Chairman. I would move to approve restricted item number 4, recommend approval of restricted item number 4 as read into the record by Secretary Rupert.
Very good, Madam Secretary.
Member Assad?
Aye.
Member Watkins? Aye. Chairman Hendrick?
Aye, the motion passes. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And
Thank
I
you,
would
Mr.
also like to, oh, sorry, Jeff.
I just want to thank Senior
the,
Agent Jones. Oh, I think we're
Like
doing the
stereo,
same thing
you
here.
both did.
Well, she did a great job, so.
Perfect. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Brings us to restricted item number 5, Madam Secretary.
Number 5 was actually on our consent agenda. I believe we are on
Oh.
restricted number 9.
Wow, look at that. Thank you. Jumped way ahead. We are on restricted item number 9 then. Thank you.
Restricted number 9 is the application of Sartini Gaming LLC doing business at Love's Travel Stop number 857 for a restricted gaming license, and the application for a waiver of the requirement of Nevada Gaming Commission Regulation 3.0153B as noted on the agenda.
Good afternoon.
Thank you. Good afternoon. Thank you, Phyllis Gilland for Sartini Gaming, and we appreciate your time. Chair, members of the board, and Madam Secretary, at this time we are asking for a restricted gaming license at this Love's location in Tonopah with a waiver of the maximum requirement of 7 games. We would like to have 10 games at this location. And in regards to section 3.015, we feel we meet the minimum incidental to primary business requirements. And if I might give you just a few facts about the location, if that would be helpful.
Yes, these determinations in my mind are very fact specific when asking for this waiver. So would definitely enjoy hearing you tell me which particular factors about this location would mean it would be entitled to go above the standard amount of devices.
Great. Well, I'm going to sort of head down the list, A, B, C, and D. So on A, the total square footage of the whole location will be 8,794 square feet, give or take. Our square footage for the gaming location will be 200 square feet. So definitely incidental there. The capital investment, I don't want to speak directly for Love's, but they are going to invest upwards of probably $16 million. Our investment's about $45,000 in gaming machines and chairs. So we believe that is incidental to the main business. They'll have 45 employees, and it's a 24/7 operation. They'll have 45 employees, give or take. We will have 10, we anticipate about 10 trips to the location per month. We're about 2 hours round trip out and back to Tonopah, so we have about 20 hours compared to their give or take 750 hours a month for those employees. The estimated revenue, and again, I won't speak for Love's because obviously I don't know their total revenue, but we're somewhat less than it, to my best of my understanding, based on what we understand our revenue to be, less than 5% of the total revenue of business there. They have convenience store, cafe, showers. I wanted to give you a little bit of an idea of how big they are. Convenience stores, showers, laundry, food court, gas. They're going to have a Godfather's and a Chester's franchise locations for food. So they're going to have quite a few other businesses that will be a very small part of. We have not provided any portion of their financing for the creation of the location. And in terms of marketing and things like that, the name of the location will be Love's Travel Stop. As you may know, Love's is a national travel chain known to the general public. The locations are generally on major highways and catered to truck drivers, transient customers, etc. The marketing will be all Love's. The Love's is the public perception. I think there's a sign that'll say gaming interior, but it won't say Sartini or anything like that. The other amenities that Sartini may provide, gaming only. And with that, if you have any questions, I'm happy to answer anything else that you might have in regards to this location. We do have one other, really quickly, we do have one other restricted Loves location here in Las Vegas, and it was originally approved for 15 games, and it has been remodeled and it's down to 9 right now, but we do have one precedent. And we have one Flying J that's also has a precedent for this waiver.
Yeah,
Thank you.
thank you, Ms. Gillen. You touched on what I was primarily interested in, which is the specific criteria, the difference between a convenience store and a travel center, to make the difference on why 7 machines is not enough for this location, and you're seeking a waiver of 3 additional devices. You touched on the fact, I believe you said they had showers. Obviously, they have not just convenience store food, they have semi-restaurant or quick stop restaurant. I assume they have gas stations. They're able to have multiple semi-truck be fueled at it. What other
Correct.
things separate this from being just a simple convenience store?
Correct. And trucks can stay there at night. It's a, wouldn't call it hotel, but obviously on highways the trucks stay there overnight. So I guess I'm calling it a convenience store, but it's an all around travel convenience location.
And I assume a lot of that has to do, as you mentioned as well, square footage of the actual center is larger. You probably don't know, but when we're talking about showers, are we talking about multiple showers that these drivers have access to?
Yes, I have assistants today. Yes.
Yeah, good. Yeah. Is there anything else that you think would set apart a convenience store from being a travel center that would justify the waiver of NGC 3.015?
I guess I apologize for the word travel, convenience store. If you've all been, I guess we've all been into travel stops. They're much bigger than that, food product, those kinds of things. But I think the biggest thing is the size of the location itself on the freeway, the type of use it gets versus a 7-Eleven in a community, that kind of thing. It's just that much busier based on the location and the type of business that is that uses it.
Do you know, and this is probably in the materials, beyond just being a fuel station for the semi trucks, is there also any repair center, any ability to do any work on trucks?
That I don't know. I know that the ones I'm aware of have some general light duty repair. I can't speak for this one in specific. The other ones we do know have some light repair. They have
That in my
scales,
mind,
those kinds of things.
yeah, those kind of things in my mind would be more justification for the waiver of NGC Reg 3.015. Are there other questions or comments from board members?
Thank you, Chairman. Thank you, Ms. Gillen. That was a very thorough and comprehensive presentation. I just have a question. You said there was another location for Loves in Las Vegas. Is that the one near the Wild West on Tropicana, or where is that? Do you know?
Apex, where is that? Apex going north. I keep thinking Apex is the street, but Apex, the location going north on I-15.
I guess.
Yeah, we've all seen it as we've gone north.
Very good. Thank you. That's all I have.
Yeah.
Member Watkins.
Thank you.
Thank you for the presentation. My questions have been answered.
Great.
Thank you.
My questions as well. Did you have anything else to add?
No, I appreciate the time and Agent Martirosian's assistance with this. She's got a lot of time in today.
Very good. Thank you. So restricted item number 9 would be ripe for a motion.
Thank you, Chairman. I would move to recommend approval of restricted item number 9, as read into the record by Secretary Rupert, with the condition that the surveillance system and/or mirrors be inspected and approved by the Nevada Gaming Control Board Enforcement Division within 60 days of the issuance of the state gaming license, and thereafter be maintained at or above the standard that is approved.
Madam Secretary.
Member Assad,
Aye.
Member Watkins,
Aye.
Chairman Hendrick.
Aye. Motion passes. Thank you very much.
Thank you
Ms.
very
Gillen.
much. We appreciate it.
Thank you. Bringing us to restricted item number 10. I did that one too? Wow. Wow, that means that was the last one. I got to organize my book better here. We're moving so fast, I'm not keeping up. So is that it? Madam Secretary, we handled all restricted items?
Yep, we're just down to public
We
comment.
did then, all right. Then this is our second time for public comment in the meeting. Madam Secretary.
This item is placed on the agenda to give the public an opportunity to comment on gaming-related matters. As stated at the time of the public comment section at the beginning of the meeting, anyone wishing to address the board may do so at this time. Comments by each person are limited to 3 minutes as a reasonable time, place, and manner restriction. If board members ask questions of the speaker, the time needed to address those questions will not count against the speaker's 3-minute time period. If speakers have any handouts or written copies of verbal comments to provide for the record, please hand them to the enforcement agent seated to your left in Las Vegas or seated behind you in Carson City.
Thank you, Madam Secretary. Pursuant to state open meeting law, matters brought to the board's attention during public comment cannot be acted upon, but we are happy to hear comments from the public as well as members of the board during this section. Let's go first here to Carson City. Is there anyone wishing to make public comment at this time? Not seeing anyone, let's go to Las Vegas. Is anyone in Las Vegas who would like to make public comment? I see a picture of us. I don't see. Is there a picture of the podium, or can somebody tell us if there's anybody there? Oh, I see. There's the podium. Thank you.
I think they're all gone.
Everybody left. Okay, very good. Judge Assad.
Yeah, I'd just like to make a comment and a shout out to Chief Hoffman and Deputy Chief Allen and your entire staff. The rump session yesterday was excellent, as always. The staff was just tremendously thorough, professional, and I can't thank them enough for making our job so much easier.
Thank you, sir. Really appreciate hearing it.
Thank you. Seeing no other public comment in Las Vegas, that closes the public comment section of this meeting and concludes the Nevada Game Control Board meeting for the month of April 2023. Thank you all for attending in person or virtually today. We are adjourned.